seconds to departure. Once we depart, we're going out to the long gaps between the stations, both distance and time. Our next station stop will be Lewistown, 61 miles away at 12:46. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, release. That's actually something that you need to do in OpenRails, and I mean that's good. That's me not realizing how realistic the simulation is. I have to actually connect the brake hose in the simulation. I just assumed that that automatically happened when you're coupling, but the brake simulation on OpenRails is really good. It's really good. But there are a few problems with it, like the charge rate. I think this is unnaturally long to charge. Now, of course, the whole reason it's doing this is because we emptied out the entire train. If we had toggled that brake hose connection, we would have been off by now. But we're not going to be going anywhere for a little bit, so I'm going to pause the video until we get closer to brake release. Okay, the triple valve should go to release, and we should get the ability to move the train. The brake pipe gets up to about 95 or so. We're at 94. Alright, any second now we should hear it go. There it goes. So we still got a few more in emergency. Those should release any second. There they go. Okay, we're on. So everything's going to slowly charge up to 110, which is where it's supposed to be. Once we reach 110, the main reservoir will take off and go a little bit faster until it reaches 100. promise I won't leave you forever. I always feel bad about leaving trains and train simulators because I feel like they're just, you know, going to be in the abyss forever. But in the reality of it is, if this were real life, someone would couple up to the locomotive and it would be going back to New York City in a couple minutes. Got plenty of fuel, but if we need to fill it up, that's where we do it. There's a way to... No, there isn't. I think it's through the debug screen. Yeah, 1192 gallons. Whoops, speeding. Say that the electricity ends in 3 miles, right? Check out the catenary posts. 3, 2, 1, ATC motor stop. That's it. The tracks are now without electricity. Coming up, and look at what just has popped into view. That's Blue Mountain, the first actual mountain. Susquehanna River, the largest river on the east coast of the United States that flows into the Atlantic Ocean. Yes, it does have those rocks down there. Watched my previous episode driving the E7 out to Lewistown from Harrisburg may have noticed that I complained about not being able to dynamic brake. As soon as you touch the dynamic brake, it just crashed to desktop, immediately crashed, no matter what you did. So I haven't been able to use the dynamic brake. Good news, I have looked in the .eng file and found a coding bug, and I've rectified the coding bug, and now the dynamic brake functions, which is good because we're going to need lots of braking for long periods of time coming down the west slope of the mountains. So I'm very glad that I won't have to air brake it all the time. Part of the Appalachians has a precise scissor cut in it that was formed by the Susquehanna River refusing to allow the mountain to grow around it. So as such, it cuts right through the mountain and creates an enormous water gap. It is very clear when you enter the True Ridge and Valley region of the Appalachians. here's the water gap I was talking about. East side of Blue Mountain, west side of Blue Mountain, and running down the middle is the Susquehanna. Speed, we can go 70 miles an hour now. eventually the Susquehanna will reach one of its tributaries, the Juniata, and we're going to go off to the left and follow it, and the Susquehanna will go up to the right. So this is the last view we're going to get of the river. Also, the speed limit's going down to 35. Better at slow speeds, but I don't know if that's how they worked in real life. I'm going to have to research more about the E-unit. Switches again, and we're allowed to go up to 65 miles an hour. Susquehanna is right there. And we're going to follow this all the way up to Allegheny Mountain, at which point there is no water gap because it is the ridge that runs up the the eastern divide, which means that there is no water to cut water gaps. being the morning and started being the afternoon. So we started out 4.5 hours before noon, and we're going to finish 5.5 after. So, right, that means we're 1 hour away from our halfway point. Back in a reduced speed zone. Believe it or not, we're using the strange 68. Okay. Approach medium. Expecting this one. This is one of those places where you can't do anything about it. We're gonna have to move over. And I know what you're thinking. Why don't you move over to the middle line earlier when you had the chance? And I agree. You know, that might have worked, except for the fact that sooner or later you are eventually gonna have to move left. You know, it's a fact of life. You can't do it. And don't even think about going to that far left track, because then you'll only get the restricting signals. So as a result, the right track and the center track are basically Christmas trees, and the leftmost track is basically red square in terms of the signals that you should expect to receive on them. That should have been an approach limited. That's a limited signal, not a medium. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not. That is not a limited clear. That is a limited... I think it's a limited approach, if I remember my signals correctly. saw a slow approach. That's a really bad one to get. Proceed prepared to stop at next signal. Slow speed within interlocking limits. So that means basically slow down to 20 miles an hour. Slow speed is, I think it's 20. Oh, you know what? I'm on a gradient. I should be using my dynamics. There we go. So these things here, running under the tracks, are pickup points for water scoops on steam locomotives. You can use them if you have a steam locomotive with a water scoop. But you got to remember to pick the scoop up by the time you hit the end of this trench, because if you don't, it'll break. Displaying approach. That's a little bit better. So that means proceed at 30, prepare to stop. This is what I was talking about, worrying about eating time. And like I said, there's no getting around this, and I just do not understand why the PRR, or I mean maybe the PRR wasn't like this, it's the builders, but why whoever designed this insisted on designing it this way. It just makes no sense. I spend more time slogging waiting for the signal aspects to clear than I do at high speed. let's check out what's going on with our mountains. So we've gone through Blue Mountain, past Peters Mountains as well. That was around Duquesne. Let's see, right now, I think we're in the Tuscarora Mountain right now. So this is number 3 of 12. when we are due. No, that can't be right. There's no way that's right. We've got 40 miles and we're due in 20 minutes. There's no way we're going to make it. 20 whole minutes. That's enough that we could be trying to catch up to the schedule the entire way, the rest of the way. Tuscarora. Alright, 138 is 55. These water gaps are absolutely incredible. It's amazing to think that these rivers could flow for so long. Nice looking beach. Nice mountain beach. Mifflin Town, and you'll know when you hit it. It's got slide fences and really steep sides, and it's at milepost 165. I remember that because of a picture I took one time from that milepost and looked it up. Guys, I realized that a train like this could not make this turn at 70 miles an hour without derailing. However, I'm trying to go for a simulation, not an emulation. So we're just going to have to accept this as a simulator discrepancy and ignore it. Milepost 147, there is a reduction to 60. fix the milepost numbering. On the original PRR Beta, the mileposts were so far off from where they were in real life that it was impossible to drive with real world documentation, because they'll tell you that there's a curve at like milepost 65, except there isn't a curve. There's one at 72 though. But the speed schedule says that you can do 79 miles per hour at milepost 72. So that was jacked for a while, but it looks like PRR V2 fixed that, because I'm using modern Norfolk Southern reductions with the maximum from the game, which is era 1950s. Ridge before we reach the Blue Ridge Mountains. We'll hit those around milepost 160. At this point, I've basically given up on following the signals to the letter. We're never going to make it to Pittsburgh if we don't stop following them like that. I can follow them to what they're worth, but after that, there's not much I can do. I mean, we're 11 minutes late, and we're still 5 miles away. Actually, it's longer than that. We're 11 minutes late, and we're 10 miles away. So this ridge up ahead, that's the Blue Ridge Mountains. In the south, it's actually the highest range of the entire Appalachian Mountains, with several peaks reaching over 6,000 feet. Although here it's just a 1,000-foot high ridge. 70. Oh wait, no, the speed limit dropped to 60. Alright, 60 it is then. Of mine are Allegheny Mountain, Laurel Hill, and Chestnut Ridge. They kind of have the same feel to them. Also, I will add, this is what they call the crystalline Appalachians. So the rocks here are basically granites and gneisses, and in some cases gabbros. And they were formed differently than, and at a different time than the rest of the Appalachians, which are mainly sedimentary. other end of the train gets through this, I'm going to go back up to speed. I'm not going 20 miles an hour for another 2 miles. This is ridiculous. Now, you were supposed to read restricting, yet you read clear now. Mentioning the water gap on the Blue Ridge. minutes late. That was an interesting sound. Okay guys, I have taken a break and we're going to resume this. I don't normally take breaks, but my time of useful consciousness was getting very small. Alright, let's try to make up some time now. So I thought about it, and here's what I'm going to do. So I'm going for maximum realism, which means I'm going to obey the speed limits, even if it causes me to be, and the signals, even if it causes me to be ridiculously late. And the only hope is that next time we come through, we'll be able to fix things so that this doesn't happen again. So we are now in a valley between the Blue Ridge Mountains and Jack Mountains, and that's going to take us about halfway to our next destination of Huntingdon. And this is an area that's very windy, but doesn't have any real high mountains. So this is a medium clear. Ah, this is interesting. One that goes to the right. Which means as soon as the rear of the train passes the signal bridge we just went under, it's full speed ahead. are likely headed for restricted territory. Now, the good news is at some point, this will go away. Somewhere west of Lewistown, I don't know exactly how far west, but there comes a point where that stupid way of tracks ending on the right and beginning on the left finally ends, and your track actually goes through. But like I said, I don't remember exactly where that is. So as you guys know, because of the amount of approach signals that we've been seeing, the approach signal means proceed, prepared to stop. Like it's about 3 miles to the next signal. Oh boy. Indiana. We're going to follow it all the way up to Tyrone. going back to my signal indication rules, as soon as the train passes, as soon as the leading wheels pass the a more favorable signal, we can start accelerating. We finally got a row of clears, which means we're going to finally get up to speed. So these two billboard advertisements actually point to two Easter eggs on the route. And there are many more. This region with curves here is a 65. Now up to 70. course, at 182.5, it becomes 40. That they got the mileposts correct now, because now I can use the speed guide correctly. Back to 65. It's up to 70. All the way till... Wow, all the way to Jack's. Nice. So guys, if you want to know how long we've been slogging through the restricted signals, the recording just stopped for a couple seconds there because I filled my drive up. But I took care of that, so we should be good now. So we are now over halfway to Pittsburgh from Philadelphia. And if I'm correct, this is one of our Easter eggs. Wet Shovel's Revival, I think it's called. Yep. Yeah, if we get close enough, you should be able to hear them talking.
Say praise the Lord, Sunday is going to come. Say praise the Lord, Sunday is going to come. Say praise the Lord, Sunday is going to come.
Alright, we'll be able to see the mystery hole too when we get up to that, and I'm not going to spoil that because it's quite something. So Jack's is around milepost 191, and it's a 60 just through that zone, and then it's back up to 70. So the one thing we have going for us is in this valley, it's initially very windy, but it gets a lot less windy as you get between McVeigh and Newton Hamilton, which we're actually, I think we're pretty close to Newton Hamilton right now. Just going. Oh, and of course, there it is. Just appeared. So we're actually getting close to the end of this valley now, and the speed limits are going to go down again as we traverse Jack Mountains and Stone Mountain. I guess I will address the elephant in the room now. There is another restricted signal coming up. And that is the Juniata River that we just crossed over. Push medium, not too bad. And the good news is it's really close to the actual signal. Okay, looks like Jax is a bit out of place. This Jax is supposed to be about where milepost 191 is. See, this is a good signal design, right? You have a restricted, or not a restricted, you have a more restrictive aspect, and then you slow down for it, and then you get the clear, you switch, and as soon as you clear the interlocking, you accelerate to track speed again. That's how it's supposed to work. But unfortunately, due to poor signal design, and I don't know if it's PRR or simulation. I haven't looked at the interlocking diagrams. For one of those two reasons, it makes it extremely painful and slows the train down really badly. There we go. That's how it's done. Alright, so this is Jack's Mountain here that we are cutting through right now. Alright, so at milepost 195, well, up until then we can go 65, and then after that, 70. Make sure the train is, we're good. Starting to get a little bit more aggressive with the controls because I'm trying to make up time, even more so than I normally am. Like, I get more aggressive with the controls. But this is like control aggro squared for me right now. I'm very rarely this crazy. And I don't like to be either. Okay, 70 miles an hour until we get to milepost 201. We are moving now. Alright, so there's a very thin valley here. That's where we are now, Mapleton. We're going to cross Hares Running. Okay, and then the sharp turn. We're going to go a little bit straight, and then at Mill Creek, we're going to turn sharply left again. And that's going to take us through Stone Mountain on the right side and Terrace Mountain on the left side. And somehow I missed it again. The Juniata River has now crossed to the left side of the train again. this far inland. Ah ha ha! Being on the middle track has avoided us getting a approach signal. I would say that I think we're there, but as soon as I say that, we're going to get another restricting signal again. Milepost 201, the speed limit decreases to 60. So we've cleared Terrace Mountains now, so believe it or not, we're actually almost up to our next station stop of Huntingdon. Hunt interlocking, we're limited to 55 miles an hour, but if I'm correct, we'll be close enough to the station that we won't be doing 55. That is not a 50s cop car. That's like late 80s, early 90s. This is the first time in a long time that I haven't touched the throttle. It's nice because, you know, every time I have to adjust my speed, I have to think. And every time I think hard, it drains my brain slightly. Now, I'm okay with, you know, mountain gradients, but what I like is long sustained grades, because I set and forget, versus the constant ups and downs that you get on the east side of the Appalachians. next thing that I'm going to try to fix is the gauge up in front, the ammeter. It's hardly moving at all. Even when the train is moving slowly and I put it in notch 8, it's only moving like 15% of its entire range. So I want to see if I can fix that to make it move a greater amount of the range, because it's pretty useless right now. Smokestacks that we're seeing are Huntingdon, but I'm going to wait as long as I can before slowing down, because like I said, I'm trying to make up time. So that creek had a relatively unique name, Standing Stone Creek. Oops, looks like it's going to be a middle track boarding. Well, except for the fact that it's a middle track boarding, perfect. Alright, so it is 13:59. So we are 38 minutes late. Which means we lost even more time, probably on that slow speed section. I have a feeling that station stops are going to be very fast from here out. Output of this train is insane at low speeds. Okay, so the next instruction says hunt until milepost 205, 60 miles an hour, but hunt is after 205, so I'm a little unsure of what I should do. I guess we're going to see all at once 207, 208, and 209, and it says from 206 to 209 is the odd speed of 58. So I guess 58 it is. Hoping this is finally the stretch where we're actually going to catch up. We're not going to be able to catch up in one go, but because if we had stopped at Tyrone, using the time that we had, we would have still been 8 minutes late. So we're going to be limited in how far we can catch up per station, but I'm hoping that we can start chewing into that. So this is still the Juniata, but notice how much smaller it is. We're starting to get pretty close to the Eastern Divide. In general, if you're following a major river, that gives you an indication. The size of the river gives you an indication of how close you are to the divide, along with the amount of rainfall, but that's pretty much constant because the Appalachians don't have much a rain shadow, especially not here. I think the rain shadow is only about 20% in this area, which is not really enough to change biome. It only changes tree types from oak hickory to oak tulip poplar, basically, is, you know, all it does. It's really subtle and hard to notice. This doesn't look good. Okay, that deer disappeared. Okay, we can do full speed of 70 until we get to milepost 213. Wow, I was just about to say we're passing through Warrior Ridge, and there you go. That's exactly where we are right now. terms for do not use. Got a limited clear. That's how it's done. So, you know, all those slow speeds that we had to go through, this is how it should have been, where you get limited speed to move over. So I'm wondering if maybe I switch from being on the middle track to be, or on the outside track to being on the middle track, I might have a better chance of seeing less restricting signals. Okay, that is the Juniata River we're crossing again. This time, though, it is even smaller because it has split off from, at one point, was called the Juniata Division of the Pennsylvania Canal. I seriously doubt that it's still called that. But before the PRR, that was a canal to bring supplies over the mountain. Also approaching Tussey Mountain. Stretch of 40-mile-per-hour zone. Goes all the way to milepost 217.7. first tunnel in a very long time. This one's a real long tunnel. this is the last time we're going to cross the Juniata River before it splits into the Little Juniata. Okay, the split happens there to the left side of the train. The river's going to divide. This is what we're left with. This is the Little Juniata River. be 6 minutes late, so we gained 2 minutes there. Tyrone's cool because it's got a mail house as well as a station building. channels out into creeks. We're in a valley right now between the Brush Mountains to the east and finally the big one, Allegheny Mountain to the west. put mileposts here. Anyhow, we are coming into Altoona now. Altoona is the largest city between Pittsburgh and Harrisburg. Section of the line that we're entering now is actually available on Dovetail Games Train Simulator 2020 at this point as the Horseshoe Curve route, which runs all the way to Johnstown. Okay, so here's what happens now. We are 32 minutes late. We're going to try to make up some time. Up until this point, we've been following the river valleys in the Susquehanna watershed. And we've reached the point where we're basically at the source. The river's got to come from somewhere, and they come from that very large mountain over there, Allegheny Mountain. So we're actually going to spend the next 15 miles or so climbing Allegheny Mountain. And right now we're at about 900 feet elevation. We'll double our altitude in the course of those 15 miles to 2,200 feet, or about 670 meters above sea level. And for anyone who really likes this part of the trip, definitely keep in mind that that this part of the route is simulated in Train Simulator 2020. Although it kind of seems about maybe the same, the graphics are better, but the detail level in terms of building placement is probably about the same. So do your research before you get it. See about 2% the whole way up, except for the very top. We might see a surge to 3% at that point in terms of gradient. Into a north-south running valley that stretches into southern Virginia. And we're traveling up what's known as the Allegheny Front, which is a very rapid change in elevation from the floor of the coastal plain to the floor of the interior of the continent. And alongside that, is the Allegheny Mountain. So it's kind of hard to notice, but one of the things that you can do to perceive it would be think about how long we climb, and then think about how short when the train goes off the top of the mountain. Notice how quickly we get off the mountain versus how long it takes to climb it. And I'm not just talking about the speed of the train, I'm talking about the distance. Okay, over here is Lake Altoona, and then further up is Kittening Reservoir, and then Upper Kittening Reservoir. And then for any rail buffs out there, you'll know that we are approaching the world famous Pennsylvania Horseshoe Curve. And there is a railroad museum there because of how critical that curve is. Okay, up there on the side of the mountain, you can see our tracks. We go due west pretty much, reach the Horseshoe Curve, wrap around due east, and then go up the side of that mountain. That's that right there is Allegheny Mountain. Interestingly enough, the speed limit on this section of track is 44 miles per hour, which is rather interesting. Not 45, 44. So I'm going to take advantage of that and try to make up some speed here while I can. And now we're going back down again. Okay, folks, here it is, the world famous Horseshoe Curve. And that would be the museum. And yes, there is a road tunnel that goes underneath the curve. I've been on that road before. It's a great road if you like high RPM vehicle driving. So that's the lower section of track, Upper Kittening Reservoir, the curve, and now we're on the upper side. And this area over here is a great view off to the east, because like I said, there are mountains out this way, so you can't see. It's not like you can see forever, or at least to the horizon, but you can overlook the valley, as well as most of the lower mountains. We're at about the elevation of a lot of the mountains that we've gone through before. So this is a last good area to look to the east. Once we turn back west again, and especially go through the Gallatin Tunnel, we'll be on the other side of the eastern divide, and at that point you have absolutely no chance of seeing the eastern horizon again until the mountains set below it. Okay, this is MG interlocking, which is short for mid-grade, so we're about halfway up. So if I check the elevation again, the camera says that we're at 535 meters. So if I do a little bit of quick math here, that means that we're at about 1,760 feet above sea level. Unfortunately, the draw distance of Train Simulator doesn't let this view shine really as it should. But like I said, there is always the Dovetail Games Train Simulator, which will properly simulate that view. And now we're going into, like I said, that final valley towards the summit, alongside Sugar Run. And you folks might have been seeing signs for something called the Mystery Hole. Well, we're going to be coming up to that very, very soon. Interestingly enough, our train is plenty capable of holding the speed limit up here, whereas back on the flat areas, it was struggling to reach 79. So I think the gearing is a little bit jacked up, as is indicated in the manual. But it's worth noting that we shouldn't struggle to reach speed at this point, because it's literally all downhill to Pittsburgh once we hit the summit. And we're going up the hardest section right now, so things will be fine. So this is pretty much the uppermost watershed of the Susquehanna in terms of westernness, and then we're going to hit the eastern divide. Okay, here's the Mystery Hole. Let's get the view out here so that we can hear what that dude is saying.
I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this before.
There it is.
It's puzzling. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this before. It's puzzling. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this before. It's puzzling.
Wasn't that fun? So yes, it is a world hole in Train Simulator. I don't know if it's something that is like an error and they decided to make it a celebrity error, or if it's just something that someone decided to do for the sake of cutting out 352 miles of monotonous mountain running in the Pennsylvania wilderness. I'm thinking the latter, but I don't know the full story behind it, so I'm not going to say one way or another for sure. but it's definitely one thing that I look forward to when I'm going up this hill. Especially what that guy is saying. I don't think I've seen anything like this before. It's quite puzzling. And I'm pretty sure that he says different things on different times it loads. Like, for example, if I load another simulation and go during the winter, he'll say something else, I think. All right, very soon we will be reaching what I call the false summit. You can see the hill is kind of shallowing out a little bit. There's still a little bit more to go, but the track appears to reach a summit and then it just kind of keeps going again. Yeah, actually, I think we're getting really close to the true summit. The false summit may have been, I may have been distracted. We probably hit it while we were going through the mystery, past the mystery hole. Okay, so this is it. The eastbound tracks will use that steeper gradient over there to access the tunnel via, I believe it's AR interlocking, and we're going to use UN interlocking, and those are on the other side. This area was so important to the Pennsylvania Railroad that they created 3 tunnels, of which 2 are still in operation. So this is very important. There we go. That's where the AR interlocking climbs. So they prefer trains go down that, not up it. Most trains probably couldn't even do it. We could probably do it, but at very slow speeds. And then up there, that hill is Tunnel Hill. That is the summit of Allegheny Mountain. And yes, there is actually houses on the summit of the mountain running along the ridge. That is a road called Tunnel Hill Street. I've been on it before. It's, if you take the road up from Horseshoe Curve, Veterans Memorial Highway, which follows Glen White Run, that's where you end up. And here it is, Allegheny Tunnel. Gallatin Tunnel is shut down. But there's a third tunnel out that way, New Portage, and that's running. And folks, this is a new tunnel. This was not something that was in Train Simulator, or rather the PRR Beta version 1. They redid this tunnel from a 2-track tunnel to double 1-track tunnels, as well as redid the interlocking design. I like this. I like it a lot. This is so much more realistic, and the track is so much cleaner than it used to be. So now, normally, this is the summit. And this is normally where I would just go completely to idle and let the hill just take the train. But like I said, we're 32 minutes behind schedule, and I'm going to keep pressing. The next station is Johnstown, so there's no stop at Crescent or Gallatin. There is a station up here in the town of Gallatin, and trains used to stop here, and I think of this era they could. The Penn Central era, I think they quit that. But either way, we're not stopping right now. We're going to keep going. Okay, that's it. 0%. We've reached the maximum elevation. We're at 663 meters, which is 2,175 feet above sea level. And now we're going down the hill. Alright, so I think we need to follow the UN interlocking movements. we might be AR. Nope, we're UN. That's just a really strangely placed location for it. Yeah, that's AR interlocking over there. So the two tracks are still separated, and they'll come back together a little bit later. That's a turnaround to bring you back through the tunnel. So you can do this loop with Altoona basically all day if you want to. Good place to test trains. So yeah, I'm going to be following, oh there it is, milepost 246 to UNAR, 30 miles an hour. And here is where they come back together. So again, to recap, UN westbound trains, AR eastbound trains. And you can see so many tracks. That's how big the PRR was. And this is, well, it's not the middle of nowhere, there's a town there, but it's not in a very commonplace area. Okay, AR and MO interlockings, except AR 30 miles an hour, which we've passed, and milepost 248 and a half is the next one, 55 miles an hour. And folks, this right here is the Eastern Divide. So over there, that is the Susquehanna River drain, and this is the Ohio River drain. So water that falls over there flows into the Little Juniata, and Susquehanna, and this way it flows into the Little Conemaugh, to the Conemaugh, to the Allegheny, to the Ohio, to the Mississippi. I'm like, oh yeah, Ohio. Interestingly enough, the Ohio River carries the majority of the water that flows out into the Gulf of Mexico in Louisiana. The Mississippi River, although it's named the Mississippi River, 60% of the water is originating in the Ohio River. 40% is coming from the Mississippi north of Cairo. Or I think they pronounce it Cairo there. And then only 10% of what's coming out in here's Crescent. Only 10% of what's coming out into the Gulf of Mexico is from the Missouri, which goes all the way up to Montana. And over the all the way up to the Marias Pass, which I've done in Train Simulator before. One of the very favorite places to drive a train of mine. Okay, we've reached MO interlocking, so now we're going to go between MO and W. And we got some really high speeds here. Miles an hour. So the back end of the mountain is kind of flat. We are going to go down the hill if you give it a couple minutes. We're not there yet, but we're about to be. I'm just going to save because I know I talked about my dynamic brakes, but I don't think we've used them much. Yes, they are working. I had to edit the code of the .eng file to get the dynamic brakes working. Before this, they were just So they were bugged. So it was not possible to use them without causing an instant crash to desktop. And there we go. Got just enough braking force to maintain the speed on the back side of the mountain here. So this is what I was talking about here. We're now going off the hill. But like I said, expect this to be a much shorter distance than the way going up, because now we've crossed the Eastern Divide. We're now going onto the interior of the North American continent. So the way the North American continent is structured is everything east of the Appalachians is platform that's really old exotic terrains. So when the North American continent was moving east, it was picking up land in the ocean and attaching it to itself as it went over various ocean ridges, oceanic mountain ridges. There we go. And now the speed limit's 70 until we get to milepost 256. But they're really old, so they've fused into what's called a platform. In the center of North America, between the Appalachians and the Rockies, are what's called the North American Plateau. That's the solid, massive granite, the giant rock, if you will, that is the heart of North America. It is basically the Canadian Shield, but that shield section is deep underground in the lower 48 states. Wow, we've already run off the mountain there. So that's what I was talking about. So that's what we're on now, is we're basically transitioning to the North American Plateau, which is going to have a higher elevation because there's more rock there. And things can't fall into the ocean as easily because we're a long way from it. 79 until we get to milepost 258. And then when you get to the Rocky Mountains, you have the Caldera region, which is an area of thrusted up mountains due to supervolcanoes and other exotic terrains. And then when you get to the very west, the Great Basin and the coastal ranges and the Cascades, that is exotic terrains again, but this time they're younger, and so they're still in the form of exotic terrains. They haven't sort of become coastal plain yet, and they won't until the North American continent really switches direction. 79, not 89. And now we're going back to 60. Okay, so this curve through here will be 60 until ways down the road, and we're going to use full dynamic braking here. headlights anymore. It's going to be a little bit until we hit the next tunnel. Starting to form, and we're going to be going alongside it and the Conemaugh into Pittsburgh. And now that I think about it, I might have been incorrect when I said that the Conemaugh flows into the Allegheny. Let me fact check myself here real quick. Yes, it does. So we will abandon the Conemaugh somewhere around Latrobe. W interlocking. Is at milepost 265, and until W we can do 79. Now this is a 1950s route, and the PRR was slow to dieselify, so these here are water troughs. If you have a steam engine, you can lower a water scoop and pick up water that flows out of that tower without even having to stop. And it's things like that that make steam engines so much faster, because otherwise you either have to stop at a station, so not good for expresses, or stop between stations, which is even worse. Larger mileage check, we're about 90 miles to Pittsburgh, so we are 3/4 of the way through our journey across the Pennsylvania main line, which starts in Philadelphia. I think the rods are something new that they've added to creeks. I don't remember seeing those before. I might choose to recode how the dynamic brake works, because I think I copied the code from the Dash 9, which is ineffectual at high speeds, and that makes no sense because dynamic brakes gain power at higher speeds. Now, this side of the this side of Allegheny Mountain receives about 15 inches more of rain per year than the east side. The east side receives about 35 and the west side about 50. That's not sufficient for a noticeable rain shadow, but I will say that there is definitely more oak on the east side, and more of the wet-loving trees on the the west side, like here's W. Let's get some actual names here rather than me just saying it and totally forgetting. So coming up Horseshoe Curve, we were going through, let's see, I want Legend Query. Going up, we were coming through the northeastern interior dry Mesic oak forest. Okay, so there it is, dry. And then, let's see, on the west side, once I adjust the layers here so that I can actually see the ground again. That's a field. There we go. Appalachian hemlock forest. There you go. So on the east side, oak, west side, hemlock. Now, that's a tendency. There are oaks and hemlocks on both sides, but hemlocks tend to do better on the west side, oaks on the east. Alright, let's go back to actually driving a train, which is what my job is. Again, like, unless you're a botanist, you're not going to be able to tell the Appalachian's rain shadow, unless you, like, look really hard. Okay, you'll notice now the track is really twisty and windy. And that's because we're off Allegheny Mountain now. We're in the Conemaugh Valley. And this is basically how the rest of the journey is going to be. It's going to be twisting and winding through these river valleys on the Appalachian Plateau until we get to Pittsburgh, with two notable exceptions: Laurel Hill and Chestnut Ridge. The last, but certainly not least, of the Appalachian Ridge Mountains. And they're two of my favorites. Laurel Hill contains the Frank Lloyd Wright House Falling Water, which is such a great place to spend a summer afternoon. It's kind of that sweet spot where it's damp, but it's not humid. It's wet, but it's not sticky. And the air is refreshing. You can smell the waterfalls in the air. Whoa. That might be the Johnstown Dam. The famous one. Let's see if I can figure out what this is real quick. Yeah, that's Salt Lick Reservoir. I don't know if that's the dam, but it's certainly one of the ones that you certainly don't want to go. Wow, this is nice. All these rocks in the river, as well as the waterfall sounds, are new. I think in V2. I don't remember them. They did a nice job from Tyrone on west. I'm a little bit upset about the mileposts not being in, but oh my gosh, like even the trees here are just so much more dense. So I think in previous videos I was like, I'm not so sure about this V2. No, it's worth it. I don't think I'm ever going to go back to V1. This is really good. I wish I had an ammeter. Oh, there we go. I do. It's just for some reason it only travels like a third of its possible distance. Yeah, see much more how effective the dynamics are at lower speeds. That's not supposed to be how it works. I think what I might do is copy the dynamic effects from the I downloaded an F40PH, and that one's probably going to be much more realistic. Heck, we can drive that on this route too. It's got some really nice sound effects. Really, really realistic. It's very fun to drive. These kind of steep valleys running alongside creeks remind me of caves. You know, this is how caves are, except they have a roof. I really think that they improved these river valleys. I don't remember it being this hemmed in. Having the whole valley consume the entire window. I love this. I got on Route 2. I usually get on 22 at this point, but maybe I should do for 271 and see how 271 is winding through this valley. One time I was on, I think it was 57. Let me fact check myself again before I make myself look like an idiot. Because I hate toll roads. I'm like, yeah, right, I'm not going to pay for that. It looks like 51. Yeah. I was on Route 51 the whole way to Uniontown. And it kind of reminded me a lot like this. Now, I had to deal with Pittsburgh rush hour traffic, which was kind of annoying, so I couldn't like enjoy it. I felt like I was on the Tokyo Hakone route from also Train Simulator, or you're winding out of Tokyo and you're just like, okay, where are we gonna get there? When are we gonna get there? And eventually you break out near I believe it's pronounced Hanetsugi, but again, I need to watch more Japanese videos. Okay, here's another Easter egg on the route. So this is a wreck in the valley here. I think this location is called Kanama, if I remember correctly. The yard is Kanama, maybe. If it's not that, actually, you know what? Yeah, that's not the wreck. This might be simulating the Johnstown flood. There we go, East Kanama. Yeah, all that stuff just strewn about. That might be a simulation of the Johnstown flood when the dam broke. All right, AO interlocking. So we're at 272. Going back to 40 miles an hour. It's crazy. I'm not even looking at my speed, and the power settings that I'm setting just so happen to be like every time I do look at the speed, it's where it needs to be and heading in the right direction. So I don't know, maybe it's because I've driven enough. I'm like, yeah, setup sounds right about now, and right now it's going to be 1 or 2 3 4. Okay, it's going to be 4. I'm facing up the issue of looking up where the interlockings are. I really should have this stuff printed out so I don't have to keep scrolling it. But let's see. C interlockings at 273.2. And the reason I have to do this is because the Train Simulator mileposts do not line up with the ones in real life. So we're at 60. See? Whoa, look at that draw distance coming in. It's pretty cool. Alright, so at the end of the straightaway, we'll have to slow down to 40 again. I think we're getting close to Johnstown. Yeah, Kanama is... Johnstown is basically the same place as Kanama, just on the other side of Stony Creek River. I need to remember that I'm on the west side of the mountains, which means it is literally almost all downhill. And I need to watch how quickly my speed builds, because I'm not fighting a 1% grade anymore. So normally I would not like to go all the way up to Notch 8, but we're so far behind because of those crummy signals that I'm not going to. Okay, here's Johnstown. At least if you look at the route monitor, they're all green. So it's like once you hit Tyrone, you're in the clear. Before that, it's just a mess. We've been on this track, I think, since we left Altoona. which kind of reminds me of Wilmington a little bit. And we'll just roll forward until we get the mail cars off here. Thank goodness we're also past the most difficult place to drive, which is between Lewistown and Altoona, because there's just ups and downs and ups and downs. From Altoona, it's all up, and from Gallatin, it's all down. Iron for steel on the left. Okay. 15:38. Okay, we made up some time. We're 16 minutes late. That's good. That's really good. We might be able to get better at Latrobe. That's almost half our time there. Johnstown should be at milepost 275, so that's correct. We are synced up for the mileposts, which I'm pretty happy about. All right, let's go. Yeah, see, the ammeter is moving, but it needs to. I need to get into the .inch file. This train is great. I love the sounds. I love the physics, but there's a few things with the panel that are just a mess that I need to fix up so I can enjoy this train even better. Okay, so next is Latrobe. And I don't think it's much distance between the two. Yeah, no. Latrobe and Greensburg are close. Johnstown and Latrobe are really far apart. It's like 37 miles apart. this section of the line was probably done a little bit more professionally than the eastern areas. Nothing on the people that did work on them, because let me put it this way, I would never have time to do it. So, and not only that, you know, like, this is an unbroken path. If those areas didn't exist, you would have to skip from Harrisburg all the way to Altoona, which would really suck. And that's why I'm not changing train simulators, because I really wanted to do this, and, well, that's not true. I'm forgetting the beginning. Maybe it's because I like, yeah, that's probably what it is. I like how this train handles. It seems so much more realistic than the version you get with Train Simulator 2020. Which surprises me. You know, physics should be something that's really easy to get right. You know, you look up the speed of the train, you look up the gearing, you look up the weight, you look up the horsepower. That's pretty much all there is to it. Yeah, and it's I don't know what it is. It's so difficult to get right. Physics are something that digital computers excel in simulating. So I don't understand why it's so difficult. My only guess is, you know, scrubs that, you know, I guess the fact that simple controls exist clues me in, right? Because using a throttle and a brake is too much, so we're going to only do a throttle. You know, it's just ridiculous. At that point, it shouldn't be called Train Simulator. It should be called Train Arcade or Train Game. You know, Train Simulator means a simulation of a train, of which I think this does a very nice job. But there's a few areas of improvement. Telegraph line. Oh, this looks familiar. I know this ridge. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Laurel Hill, the next to the last ridge in the Appalachians going west. It really amazes me how the Pennsylvania Railroad was able to design their tracks so amazingly. I mean, look at the B&O Railroad, the the CSX Capital Subdivision, and compare that to the Northeast Corridor, which is, you know, just, it's really close by, but one is above the fall line, the other's below it, so you can get a little bit of leeway there. But I mean, the same people that designed the Northeast Corridor, well, that's actually not true, because they were the Pittsburgh and Washington, or no, they were Baltimore and Potomac. well, I guess I could say the PRR section of the Pennsylvania Railroad was designed very fast, as was the Baltimore and Potomac. So you can see they did such a nice job. We're literally passing through a water gap in a major mountain ridge, and we can do 60 miles an hour in a train because they did such a good job. You know, meanwhile, look at the B&O. The B&O, you know, in the mountains going over sand patch 25 miles an hour the whole way. Here's another example. Another example might be the CSX Mountain subdivision, which is going over the same mountains that we're going over right now. You know, we can do between 79 and 60, and sometimes we have to slow down to 30. The CSX Mountain sub is 30 and 25, but it does have the added boastfulness of going all the way up to 3,000 feet in elevation, which is the highest railroad east of the Mississippi River. So that has one thing going for itself. So that was Laurel Hill. One more to go, Chestnut Ridge. Oh, and I don't think I mentioned what was under Laurel, or what was on Laurel Hill, but I didn't mention which was under Chestnut Hill. Laurel Caverns, which is the largest cavern in Pennsylvania. It looks like a subway. No joke. I mean, the cavern looks like it was designed by a subway engineer. In fact, I recreated it in Minecraft, and you know, maybe I should copy that and put a train in, and, you know, see what it's like driving a train in Laurel Caverns. I forgot. I also need to. I'm surprised I created it in Minecraft and not tech it, because if I did tech it, I would have been able to. If I did it in tech it, I would have been able to add the. Instead of glowstone lamps, I could have actual lamps that turn on and off as the tours go through. So I could simulate a dark cave, I could simulate a bright cave. But I didn't think about that. But I guess I could convert it, hopefully. so we are full 79 miles an hour. And I think this is one of the last times we're going to be able to do 79 miles an hour because the way into Pittsburgh is very twisty. This kind of high-speed running is what's going to get us caught up on our schedule, because surprise, the signals are all green now, mainly because the tracks don't keep ending themselves and you're forced to switch tracks. If I had to switch tracks, that would be the case, but there's no need to switch tracks here. So I think the way to do it is where I have to go in one track, I'll go in two tracks. So that way I go to the outside and when that outside ends, I go back to the middle track, and then that way when the next track ends, I don't have to go. I can go two track switches, which is much nicer. This is very unrealistic. That would have derailed the train if that were real. Unfortunately, this railroad isn't quite realistic enough to be able to turn on derailments. place where the mileposts get horribly off of where they should be in real life. Maybe it would be worth investing the massive amount of time that it would take in changing where the mileposts are to reflect where they are in reality, because, you know, versus being 5,280 feet apart, because there is significant milepost drift between the stations, and it ruins my driving experience. You know, there's a curve like this that's supposed to be, you know, really far ahead. It's not. It's annoying. Okay, drawing into view now is the final Appalachian Ridge going west, Chestnut Ridge. This is the last one. After this, you won't get any more of the water gaps. You won't get any more of the big hills. It'll just be valley running, like basically what we were doing from Lilies to Johnstown. Okay, now it looks like the milepost synced up again. What the heck? That's not part of Chestnut Ridge. That is kind of like an eastern flange of it. But it's still mainly ahead. Chestnut Ridge is a really big ridge. It's, despite I said last but not least, but that's definitely true with Chestnut Ridge. It reaches 3,000 feet in some places. Let's see, our current elevation is, so we've gone back down to 320 meters, so we're only half as high as we were at Gallatin. We're at 1,000 feet, so the ridge rises 2,000 feet above the valley floor. some places. Here it's probably only about 1,000. And this is the last water gap. Track swing. I used to think that tracks actually did this in real life until I realized that the reason for it was just because the route was built in multiple places, and then when they got really close, they found out, oh, they don't actually line up. Let's make it line up, and then that's where you get that slanted track from. Yeah. Good thing they don't do that in real life with tunnels, because that would really suck if you had to slow down in the middle because, you know, Team X and Team Y couldn't figure out how to meet in the middle. Well, that was a particularly forceful brake release. There it is, folks. The last ridge going west of the Appalachians. Ahead of us is what I call the western gate of the mountains. We're going to stay in the Appalachian Mountains all the way to Pittsburgh, but after here, it's not true mountains. It's the Appalachian Plateau, which is a heavily eroded region of what used to be plains. So you used to have a flat area. And then the mountains lifted up, and suddenly the streams were made to cut down through the rock. They can't cut down through that type of rock because it's a metamorphic rock, but they can cut down what's ahead, which is the sedimentary plain. So if there were no water on the earth, this area would be completely flat. It would be like it would be a high valley floor, like the Great Basin. But this area is a very wet part of the country, so, and of the continent for that matter. So because of that, the rivers cut deep valleys, and the only way to get from point A to point B without going up and down hills are in the river valleys, which makes you feel like you're surrounded by mountains, but it's just really snaky valleys everywhere. If you climbed one of those hills or you flew in a plane, you'd be like, oh, it looks kind of flat, except for the valleys that are everywhere. That's how it works. So this is the fourth and final section of the Appalachian Mountains. Now at Torrance, we are, let's see, milepost 300. Alright, let's give the good old throttle a "this is Sparta." Okay, enough of the jokes. So looking back to the east, there's the last ridge, Chestnut Ridge. And look at what happens if I turn the camera around. You can see out quite a ways. That's why I call it the western gate of the mountains, even though that's not 100% true. And if I look on my 1855 Pennsylvania Railroad map, there's no more hill shading. There's just rivers everywhere. So we have left the Conemaugh River and we're traveling on the side of Chestnut Ridge. And we're almost to Latrobe. Miles to Pittsburgh now. right, so after this is St. Clair and then Latrobe. Got a steam train, you can get your coal here on the main line without having to pull off and fuel up in some sort of place where it's deep into the yard, lots of slow speed limits, etc. Getting the signal because we're switching tracks as expected. And here is Latrobe. Perfect. Okay, 16:20, and we were supposed to be here at 16:12. So we're 8 minutes late now. We just cut it in half. We're 16 minutes late now. We're 8. So let's see if we can totally get rid of it at, well, there's no way we're gonna make it to Greensburg. Wilkinsburg, we might be able to do it. because Greensburg is only 9 miles away from here. quite a bit uphill and maxed out. Did not think this would happen west of Gallatin. Greensburg. Alright, 16:30, and we're due at 16:25. We cut it in half again. Now we're pretty much 4 to 5 minutes late. Okay. Well, We've got 40 minutes until the next station, Wilkinsburg. I think we might be able to do it. This is the last tunnel on the line. Yeah, this is the last one. It's called the Radbog Tunnel. And it's the only one that you can go through at a high rate of speed. I shouldn't say rate of speed, I should say a high speed. A rate of speed would be acceleration. been managing to stay on top of the valleys, but that's going to quit. We've had our final 79 mile per hour, and the speed limits I see in the future are 50s, then 40s, 30s, so yeah, be prepared for that. But we are 25 miles from Pittsburgh, so it's not like we're going to be doing this forever. Actually, yeah, 25. Speed limits off, or mileposts off. This timetable to a docx and fix it as I drive until it's perfect. I guess that's probably less time consuming than changing the milepost, because that's something that I can do while driving. Then again, I'd have to do it for every single track to get it 100%. I believe we're coming into East Pittsburgh now. This is where Turtle Creek, which is what we're following, flows into the Mon River. That's Turtle Creek to our right there. It's about to flow into the Mon River. Oh, it's a golf course. I don't remember that there. Another odd speed limit of 54 miles an hour. Here's East Pittsburgh. That's a landmark for me, because I mean, how are you going to miss that big bridge? US 30 on that bridge. Sounds on the F40PH are so good that I could have made that if I was driving it. Got some backdrops going on back there. Alright, let's see if Braddock appears on our map here. It does. We're almost to Wilkinsburg. There's Swisdale and then Wilkinsburg. Guess what? We're gonna be early. I can start driving the train like a normal person again. I cannot believe I managed that. I thought that delay was going to persist all the way to Pittsburgh. But mission accomplished. We are back up to correct time. And now I get to finally take a break without pausing. And next and last stop, Pittsburgh. With signals that aren't all messed up. So I think at the beginning of the video I noted that we were at longitude 75 and how I mentioned that we were going to be moving 5 degrees of longitude west. Check it out. Negative 79.9. We're almost to 80. Being able to drive the train in a more relaxed fashion. notice we have more yellow signals ahead. But make no mistake, that is because the track is ending at Pittsburgh. Okay, the end of the track has appeared on screen, just beyond milepost 351. this is it. This is the home stretch. We're coming into the Pittsburgh coach yards now, and the station is now in view. Check out the signals. Very interesting appearance. Those are 2-bar, not 3-bar like the typical PRR signals. I think these are local to Pittsburgh, although they might be on the lines west, which unfortunately don't exist. This is as far as you can get on the PRR track network without a gap to all the way out to what's it called? The Monon route out in the Indianapolis area. Okay guys, there it is. That is a Duquesne run as it would have happened around the time of 1960 using a 1960s schedule. When we started the journey, it was early morning. Now it is late afternoon. So that is how we do things. We went from longitude -75 to -80. I like seeing that. You know, it makes you feel like you're actually traveling somewhere. And we're 1 minute early. So that is the entire PRR V2 route, straight line end to end. There are hundreds more miles of tracks that we didn't go on, the most notable being the Northeast Corridor to Washington, D.C. But there's also the Middle Division, the Port Road, the Southern Secondary, the line out to Bayhead, the Chestnut, a different Chestnut Hill branch. The list goes on and on. So that being said, I think this video has been long enough, and this entire trip has been long enough for that matter. I'll probably split it up into multiple videos. So I thank you guys so much for joining me on this ride, and congratulations if you made it this far, because this is a long distance. And I will see you guys next time for our next journey. Bye-bye.